How's it going, man? I'm super sick. I'm out of it. So I'm not gonna have this count as a dev day because I don't want this to be like 2 hours of thinking for like a 6-hour stream. So I'm just gonna learn something new, I guess. See how far we get with it. My son's been super sick for a long, like almost a week now. And like I just last night was like, it's so weird we're not getting it. And then it was like, oh no. Thanks, Cares. Appreciate it. Almost, my wife was like, you could stream. And I was like, He's going for a visit to the doctor today. Which means he gets ice cream. Okay. Oops. What is this? I already have an ink. 2 inks. I'm covered in ink. This one's different, clearly. Or the other one. Where are you from? Uninstall. Why is there an installer? Why did this one have an installer and the other one didn't? What's that about, bro? What? What's going on? What? Dude, Windows is so crap now. It's in programs. Oh, it's just a... Well, where are you pointing to? Executable software. Okay, we're gonna get rid of you for now. Okay. All set with that. So I wanna I've messed around with this before. I wrote a little interactive story where this guy, I had this whole idea for a storyline called Detective and Gronk, which was like a buddy cop thing, but it took place in like, you know, like D&D world, where it was you were like a human who was paired with a goblin, and you solved crimes together. And it was in like a world where magic was like outlawed, so there was a black market and etc. and so on. And then a movie called Bright or something came out, and I was like, no, not like that. That's not right. All right. I should wrap myself up in a blankie and watch old cartoons. Dude, you can't watch Alvin and the Chipmunks anywhere. The old cartoon. There's the movie, but the TV show is like nowhere to be found. Movie collection. Redbox it. Isn't Redbox gone? I got my Jeremy Sheps with me. Oh, he's loving these ear scratches right now. He's like, heck yeah, Papa. That's the spot. Our games are just sickness leaving the body. It's like the Marine Corps of I still have my letter from my friend when he joined the Marine Corps and was in boot camp, and he was just parroting off all that stuff. He came home from boot camp, and he was going to be home for like a week before he had to go. And I stayed the night at his place, and he woke up in the middle of the night, like at attention basically, and then went back down and fell back asleep. And the next morning, we ate eggs and orange juice, which I'm not a orange juice guy anyways. We ate eggs and orange juice, and he's like, let's go for a run. And we went up his hill that's like literally a 45-degree angle. So we're going up his hill, and then as soon as we reached the peak, and it's a high traffic area, a bunch of cars going by and everything. As soon as we reached the peak, I just puked because he was so much more in shape than me now. Puked up all my breakfast. That was good. Good times. And I'm going to turn down the music a little bit for me. It's a little too loud. Okay. I can't think with all this noise. So Ink is pretty cool. I like the scripting portion of it. I like how easy it is to keep track of stuff that you've interacted with and haven't. The problem with Godot and Ink right now is that I essentially need to have the mono version of Godot in order to use Ink, because the only plugin that's out there for it is C#, which is like not the biggest deal. I wasn't planning on releasing this game as a web playable thing anyways. Sorry about Calvin. I'm cleaning his ears, guys. I don't know what's going on. I gotta start doing the drops. He just won't let me. I think if I trick him now that he lets me clean his ears with the wipes, maybe if I sneak a drop in or two. I gotta fix him. Give me a second. I'm gonna try and fix the dog. Come here, bud. We gotta do something about that ear. Come here, bud. All right, let's go. All right. I tricked you. I know, I tricked you. Okay. I did a cleaning. Okay. Hope you're doing good, Johnson. Let me see. We're doing some shoutouts here. I found the TV show. Yarr! Is it some muddy VHS copy? So that Area 51 stuff. What's interesting about that, I don't know if you guys are even knowing what I'm talking about, but for some reason the National Archives were just like, oh yeah, here's the Area 51 tapes or film. And so it's a recording of a film from a screen, from a projector onto VHS and then back to some sort of digital scan. It's very odd because it's a collection of media that somebody just recorded and then they put that on so it's not like a scan. Anyways, what's weird about it, no, I'm not saying that there was an alien crash in Area 51. But it seems to be like very clearly it was a test, it was some sort of test ship, some sort of jet thing that just crashed and blew up. So that like they're like, oh, there's what's really interesting is it's clearly a cover up for some sort of spy plane, right? But like, so there is a big ass crater, but they're like originally like from the old times when this all happened, they're like, there's no crater. What are you talking about? Nothing happened like that. But in this video, it's like there's a big ass black hole and there's a bunch of little tiny cars and it looks like models. It's so huge. And it's like, okay, so that clearly actually happened. And there appears to be a little bit of a charred body thing in the corner. Hard to tell. But it very clearly seems like they were just trying to cover up some sort of spy plane they were working on. Most likely, I've seen some people match the tail with a Nazi or a German, however you want to put it, at the time. Because this was post World War II, but it had the same design as one that was a prototype. So most likely, because we hired German scientists, blah blah blah, they were working on a spy plane, that crashed is most likely what happened, and it was just a cover up for that. Like it was like, oh, there's nothing. It was a weather balloon. It's a weather balloon. It's this giant fucking hole in the ground. It's a weather balloon. But it's weird. It's really just really bizarre. It's like, it's like a Beatles, like that Beatles mix thing that Paul released recently. You're like, oh, this is weird. Most basic ink strength, blah 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 blah. Comments, so you can write comments, tags. So there's a to-do. The compiler prints this out during, okay, blah, blah, blah. So this is how it works, basically. So it's just up here, we have a little small example. Can I zoom this in? Okay. I've been a fan of this for a while, and I've wanted to use this in something for a while. I think we're going to end up using it for the baking game. So you have this little mock system here where you can test out what you've written. And depending on how you write the choice here, it'll either repeat or the words will actually change. So there's ways of modifying how you have the words appear. In our cases, we're going to use choices as though they're truly player choices for interactions and like, you know, choosing how they reply to a character or something like that. Or the actions that they perform or do not perform create forking sort of events. You can test whenever you've been, there's something called notches, or what do they call it? I think they're called notches. And so you can test basically anywhere in any of your writing to see if you've been somewhere else in your writing, basically. And if you have, you can do something. If you have not, you can do something. So for instance, if you want to check to see if that's happened or hasn't happened. And then you can have different things as a result of that appear in the text. The text doesn't. The other thing about this is you can. So you have tags, right? So tags. I'm explaining some of this so I can kind of remember it. So tags are useful for in the game's programming side of thing. You can get the information of a tag and use that for something. So in this example, they're saying if you do like put a line of text and you put hashtag something, then in this example, color it blue. You know, it follows that it'd be like, okay, I'm gonna in my game code, I'm gonna look for this tag, and if I see it, the text will be blue or something. So choices, kind of these little stars here, and then you can do brackets to suppress the text response. So for instance, if I do this here, it'll show up first. Let me start over. So there were two choices. If I pick this one, there were two choices. This is going to go away. This isn't really important for our needs, but if you are using it for an interactive story, it's good to know about that. And then you can blend the two together. The thing about this that I should look up is translations. If we did have translations, how hard it would be. Sorry guys, you're witnessing me learning and you're gonna get really frustrated. Well, at least you told me how to feel about it, so I don't have to spend any of my precious time making my own decisions. Huh? Well, what are we talking about? Oh, huh? Huh? Oh, I got you. It's true. My son's very upset. I hear him right now. I gotta go turn off the baby monitor. Burb. Whenever the monitor is picking up the kids talking or whatever, and Calvin's downstairs, he goes up to the monitor, sits down, he like lays down and kind of stares at it, and just sort of listens to it. He's like, oh, really? He's just like, I'll listen to this. Papa's boring. So there's Unreal integration. Oh, we have docs. The docs are in here. Oh, nice. Well, these are pretty. This is some pretty stuff. Maybe we'll do this instead. We can't increase the size of it, though. Inkle. Multiple languages. I'm worried that localization 2019 question. Okay, so we can export to JSON. This might work. We definitely would need a Git repo for the JSON. Dude, Windows trying to be a Mac is so frustrating. It's like pick a lane, man. Sean, how's it going? So, God bless it. There's always something about this where I'm like, I want to use this, and then I get into it, and I'm like, oh. Okay, so since we can do this JSON stuff, ultimately that's what we would export anyways in order to run it through the C#. What I can do is I can have the English version of this be the truth, the one truth, right? And then if somebody is doing a translation, they would use Inkle and they would say, okay, well, this is whatever in you know, their language. And then it would just, anytime they save it, I would just run a check on it to make sure that everything still is true. So what happens is it serializes everything, right? So this choice becomes a certain ID and so on and so forth. And so we would just check to make sure that at least the serialization is the same, that the same number of IDs and everything is there, so that we know that the person who's changing into their language didn't accidentally hose something. But I mean, really, is anyone going to translate this? Let's not kid ourselves. That's a problem for future Matt, anyways. So it's just something to think about. Onwards and upwards, I say. So what kind of story are we going to have in our baking game? What I'm imagining is the magic of baking show you can imagine sort of blended together. There's one called Just Add Magic, which was like these teenage girls. It was based off this book of the same name that bears almost no resemblance to the TV show. And it's like these three girls, and when they bake, they can add like these special ingredients that like create magic spells in their baking. She's trying to rescue her grandmother who cannot speak, and there's like secrets. It's a bit like Charmed, but if it was with baking combined with like Buffy or something. I don't know, and so there's all these like rules and everything like that. But I had these really like, they're gonna bake, they're going to bake, they're going to bake, and then it would be like the music would start to change in the camera. Suddenly the depth of field would get real shallow and bloom, and then the baking, and all of a sudden it's just like the romance of baking. But there was like characters that they would interact with and meet, and they would give things, baked things to people to like, you know, fix things and whatnot. And it had that stereotypical everything with magic has some sort of cost to it. Like there's always some yin and yang to using it. And each recipe has, it's all like a riddle. Like the recipe's a riddle. The negative attribute is always written by the author of the recipe as a riddle for some damn reason. The recipe book is like a collection of recipes written over the ages from like way back to present day. And that's part of the mystery of the whole thing anyways. It's like, where did this book come from? Anywho. But so I'm kind of imagining that you're like baking things. These brownies will fix your marriage, but give you dragon shits. Exactly. Like there was one that somebody did to like speak another language, and then they could only speak that language. You know, that's that kind of stuff. So, anyways, for for the story for this, I'm imagining that it's just like a bit like Animal Crossing. Like there's characters that you constantly meet. You have your like regulars. It's the guy who comes in every Monday. He always wants the same thing. And he's a little cold at first, but the more you bake for him, it starts to open up. And maybe there's like characters that are sort of like in love with each other. Maybe there's like a widowed woman who has this huge crush on some old guy. They're both old, let's imagine. And, it's up to you to sort of like finagle something into those two. Like, you want them to meet, for instance, and you're like, well, I'm going to go get your stuff. And you know that the guy's like always comes 5 minutes after she does, and she's always already gone. And so you like kind of intentionally just go back to get the stuff, and you're just like, just sit there, like look at your cell phone. You're just like, do, and then I don't know, something like that. And so some of these things can happen, and some of them don't. I was even thinking about Animal Crossing does this interesting thing when you go to play it. You have like these random individuals show up on the island. And so it's different for anybody else who has their own island. Oh. So I was like, do I do something like that where when you start the game, it sort of rolls? It's like, all right, here's the cast of characters that you get for your game. Or is it static in the sense that every time if you were to start to play it, it's always the same initially, and then it sort of forks out based on what you're doing, and so on. So maybe you grow the business, and some people respond to that negatively, and some people respond to it positively. Maybe you have like a really asshole customer that you can kind of treat poorly, but maybe if you don't, over time, you can soften them. Maybe you see someone shut down and get colder as a person. But like if the food is like a unifying thing, and like maybe you can kind of find out. Like I like the birthday thing in Stardew Valley, for instance. And I think maybe doing something special for the customers on their birthday kind of makes something happen. So you could do something like that. But basically I'm imagining it's sort of like you're a matchmaker, but more for like just sort of effing around with, like, you start to get to know everybody, and then you start sort of like dance puppets, and you start messing around with how can I like try to see, like, if I poke around in somebody's life and I hear gossip, and then I share that gossip with one of them, like, what does that do? Like, are you going to be gossipy, or aren't you going to be? Are you going to be tight-lipped about people's secrets, and then they'd come to trust you? Would anyone want to play this? I don't even know. I feel like this is a good thing for like the 50% male, 50% female audience thing, like to have some sort of social dynamic in a game. A lot of games seem to lack that. And I feel like you put that into it, and you're definitely going to push a bunch of people away. And I'm also asking myself to write, which is really going to piss people off. If people get mad about my programming, they're going to be livid when they see me at my writing process. I haven't written in a long time. I was good, I feel like, but I've never written a piece of any fiction that's of any length besides like some, hey, you have to write this thing from class or whatever, college or something. So, but I was pretty good at like essays and stuff. I remember I found some high school stuff that I wrote when I had a really good English teacher, and it's like, damn, this is amazing. It's like I used to be able to write like this. What happened? I almost couldn't believe it. But that was back before the internet. You know, like I wrote that thing on like a 5K Mac, 512. You know, one of those little tiny floppy disk Macs with the 5-inch screen. Because he required everything to be typed out, and I didn't have a computer at home, so I had to use their like little tiny Macs. He was like a college level. He was like a professor or something, and then he just started teaching high school. It's the best teacher I had. Not a lot of good teachers, but he was amazing. Mr. Bertolet. His name was Mr. Bertolet. He was a cool guy. He was born the same day as what's his name? Great American author Mark Twain, and he looked like Mark Twain. That was the crazy thing. He had just fucking poofy ass hair and everything. Anyways, Mark Twain, man, what a banger life bookend that guy had. He was born the day Haley Bop came, and he died the day Haley Bop came again. Isn't that crazy? I'm pretty sure that's a piece of trivia that's true. Anyways, back to this. But yeah, my writing process tends to be very sketchy. So I tend to write like a lot of incomplete sentences and stuff, and I'm jumping around and I'm changing the order of words and sentences, and so then there's a lot of like typographical or whatever, how you would say it. There's a lot of like mistakes that'll appear in the writing as I'm getting it going, because I like kind of mess around with the word order and the words themselves and end up getting rid of a lot of stuff, and so while I'm doing that, it's almost unreadable, and there's generally tends to be a ton of mistakes in it because I'm trying to. It's all kind of like a jumble, but I'm trying to get it sort of like figured out. I've never done dialogue really, so that's going to be interesting. Multiple choices. So do we have the protagonist, the player character that you're controlling, do we have them be silent? Multiple choices. Easy enough. Mm-hmm. So knots are where it gets interesting. So pieces of contents are called knots. To allow a game to branch, we need to mark up sections of content with names, as an old-fashioned game book does with paragraph 18 and the like. These sections are called knots, and their fundamental structure of the ink content. Writing a knot. The start of a knot is indicated by two or more equal signs as follows. The equal signs are on the end are optional, and the name needs to be a single word, no spaces. The start of a knot is a header. Content follows will be inside that knot. When you start an ink file, content outside of knots will be run automatically, but knots won't. So if you start using knots to hold your content, you'll need to tell the game where to go. So like if we have the beginning of the game, so in this case, we have a starting knot. Story begins. So we have no story now, but if we say go to story begins, it'll start there. And so you can do that. So now we have a beginning point of our story. So this is all a little weird though. So like we kind of need a tutorial, right? So can we do some sort of tutorial in this? I think so. Backing, tutorial baking. Getting items. Taco. And then there's no end to this. So it's bitching at us because this is, nobody goes to this. Okay, so we need done. So that completes that knot. Oh, it doesn't like it when you cancel. They don't handle when you cancel. That's funny. All right, so we're going to go to Godot, and we're going to throw this into the Cozy Baking game as an asset. It's not really an asset. So we'll make a folder called Ink. Story. And we could actually use a separate ink that's just tutorial, right? So how about we do that? So instead, we're going to rip this out and okay, so if you choose getting items, it'll say taco. Straightforward. And if I do this on a new line like this, it'll be a new line. Getting items, taco. Okay. Easy enough. So this is a pretty decent place to start. The other thing about the translation stuff that we can do to make things a little bit easier for translators, if we did have translations with this, because you can break out the ink into multiple files, and so if they're multiple files, then I feel like from a management standpoint of like, okay, this is a chapter of the game story, right? And so this, I can break this down and do this, you know. But I think that translating this is going to be quite a thing to even ask anyone to do, and I'd probably end up having to pay someone. So this is really only something that could happen if the game was making any sort of money. We'll just sketch this out, and we could say to do right. How to follow. Okay. I think this tutorial stuff is probably actually a good starting point to get my feet wet in ink. Glue. The default behavior inserts line breaks before every new line of content. In some cases, however, content must insist on not having a line break and using less than and greater than, or as they call it, glue. Branching flow. Combining knots, options, and diverts gives us the basic structure of a choose your own adventure game. So to reiterate the language of ink. Oh, bye, handsome boy. You be brave, okay? You tell the doctor everything you're feeling, okay? Yeah, she's a sweet lady and she's gonna be great to you. And then after you go to the doctors, you always get what? Ice cream, that's right. So shot or no shot, you're getting ice cream, okay? Okay. She's doing math again?
Right now.
Okay. Bye, Odie. I love you. Okay. He's going to the doctor's. And I'm going to text my wife really quick because sometimes she forgets to mention certain things. I usually go with them to the doctor because Wait a second here. Valheim. Valheim, Conrad. Ah, Conrad. Do a shout out to Johnson. Game dev extraordinaire. Branching flow. Using diverts, the writer can branch the flow and then join back up again without showing the player that the flow has rejoined. Knots and diverts combine to create a basic story flow of the game. This is how the flow is flat. There's no call stacks, no diverts. Oh, and diverts aren't returned from. In most Ink scripts, the story flow starts from the top, bounces around in a spaghetti-like mess, and eventually, hopefully, reaches end. The very loose structure means that writers can get on and write, branching and rejoining without worrying about the structure that they're creating as they go. There's no boilerplate to create new branches or diversions, and no need to track any state. This is the beauty of this. This is like a writer's tool. I've seen a lot of like branching story stuff for games that is basically just what do they call them? The when you're designing a fudging open object-oriented program, and you have that diagram system, and it looks like that, but for writing. And that's just like I think for writing, that's not a very good creative like place to be. And this just lets you write. Mermaid graphs. Interesting. I've never heard the term. Vex, how's it going? Do a shout out to Vex. I don't think I have anything for you, Vex. Do you have a... let me check your about page. I need to do... I never shout out... There's people that I just don't shout out for some reason, and Vex is one of them, and I don't know why. I'm trash. I mean, that's mostly it, is I'm trash. I think I got one for Vex now. Yeah. So Vex has got Suika, which is a really fun game. And I've played it twice on the stream on Fridays. And I'm excited to see it grow and change. Hey, can I show you guys my Minecraft world? Let's just get completely distracted. Okay. Okay, hang on. We're gonna pause the music here. So this is a world that, it's a realm. So we use I have a different skin on it, the Vanilla Craft. If anyone's familiar with the Vanilla Craft DB, there's a skin that they use. So I've always been a fan of it. So we use the Vanilla Craft skin. And, yeah, I'll walk around really quick, show you guys what's going on. Be like maybe 10-15 minutes. We'll take a quick break. I'm not feeling good, guys, so this is just gonna be a chill stream. It's a little bit chaotic because we've got kids in the world. Okay, let me explain. First, we'll go to sleep real quick. Okay, we've got a lot of stuff to explain here. Gonna sleep through the night. Am I super choppy right now? Is the game choppy? Is everything choppy for you guys? I'm gonna make it into a smaller window. It seems like it's probably killing the stream. I don't know what happened to my OBS, but it just can't capture windows anymore. Can we lower the... Let's see how it looks on stream right now. Not too bad right now. I think it was just a little choppy initially as it was loading stuff in. Okay, so this is where we're in survival. Okay, so there's no creative going on here. So it's live or die, right? So we've got a little farming tool here. This is dripstone, and then we've got lava up here, and then it drips into these colanders. This is all new stuff. This is insane stuff, and we put this around here to keep my kids away from it. But these eventually fill up with lava. So now we have infinite lava generation, which is critical for creating like obsidian portals and stuff like that, I guess. We're trying to create a farm for string. We need the string because now they have scaffolding. And scaffolding will be useful because, again, we're in survival, and so you have to do things very carefully a certain way. So over here, you can't see much of it. There's like a flattened area here. Now, there's a mountain that went up to about like right here. And we took the whole damn thing down. My mom did this with us. So this world is like a very special place. She's like a hardcore, she was a gamer. She taught every single kid, grandkid, how to play Minecraft. Except for my son. And I'm really bummed that she didn't get to see him because it was a few months after she passed that everything clicked for him with it. And he got really good. So these are our farms. This area here is our farms. We got some farmland here that we cut out. And then this is like our vault. This is Grandma's house. I built this for her. We'll go over there and check it out here in a little bit. And then just got some cherry trees and planted that recently. I'll go show that too. Anyways, I'm gonna go, let's go eat something real quick. So, we have a lot of rock. Yeah, she's in her 70s just gaming. She picked up gaming late in her life, but she's Minecraft, Animal Crossing. Trying to think of other games that she really liked. Animal Crossing was a savior during COVID. So then we have this cool trail. This is my buddy made this trail. Because we're trying to be organic. Like, what would the geography in the top, like, how would this look if this was like a thing? So we've built this trail that goes back to over here. So what's going to be here is going to be a castle. The castle is going to be made up of all the stone that my mom mined, taking down this entire mountain. So we're going to call the castle Alexandria, Castle Alexandra, because that's her name. So that'll be this big, we're going to make a big ass castle here. It's not going to be made out of cobblestone, but we're going to use the cobblestone, smelt it, and turn it into bricks and stuff. Or stone and whatnot. So we're going to head back here. We have a hidden stash of, why is it saying to... I don't need this hint. It can go away. Thank you. Like a secret stash of iron because it's so precious in creative. I'm gonna go down this way. Are we using the special? They have the new like cool graphics mode. I don't know if I'm using that. How do you do the visual stuff? Fancy. Vibrant visuals, that's what we want. Okay, hang on, I'm gonna leave. Then turn on vibrant visuals. It'll load faster this next time, since this is the first time I've been here. Second, this is bedrock, so I'm not used to a lot of this stuff. Video. Oh, it is on. It must not do it for, it must not do it for, Realms. What a weird choice, Microsoft. Hey, here's this cool new graphical setting. Oh, we don't do it on Realms, the way we make a bunch of money. Fucking Microsoft. What you guys doing, man? I know it's not I know it's Mojang. But still. Like... Anyway, so we're going down our little walkway path here. My buddy made this. We're gonna improve it. Everything's a sketch, right? So the kids are on here. We're gonna get his family on here, and we're gonna get my nieces and nephews on here as well eventually. So this, we've got a German Shepherd doing something. I don't know it. So they're burning this weird building here. I can explain. That's my daughter's work. This weird little structure here, I can explain. That's my daughter. She made a giant diving board. Look at this bridge that I built. Take it in, guys. Take it in. Look at that bridge. Look at that bridge. Isn't that good looking? And I made these, we got these little lanterns, this overhang thing. Look at this. It's beautiful stuff. So I have fire pits in the farming area. You see? Look at all that. So we've collected a few things. We've got beets, we've got wheat, we've got watermelon, we've got sugarcane, we've got carrot, we've got pumpkin, we have cocoa beans growing off of the sides of the trees here, and then we got potatoes. So yeah, this is our little farmland, and these are our little, we slaughter these guys. Shh, don't tell them. Don't tell them. But we use the cows for their hides, flattening out this area here. So anyways, imagine there's a giant ass mountain from like all the way to as far as you can see back there to basically as far as you can see back over there. And we took the whole thing down and said, okay, this is where we're gonna start building. There was a big underwater area here. We're turning this into a lake. I'm gonna dig holes down here and put in some lava and glass. Oop. And then we're gonna fill this thing up with water. So this is gonna be like a big swimming area eventually. And again, we just cut into the like natural shape of the world to try and make it look organic. Like man came and said, I'm gonna fix this place. This is probably my son's handiwork. I don't know what's going on over here. He built a tree fort going across here. These are the gardens. So this is all the unique flowers that we've copied. This is Grandma's house. And so we've like, this is like a little virtual memorial for her. So we put a bunch of different flowers, everything that we're finding flower wise, we're just planting out here. And, so there's that. And then, yeah, it's really weird. It's special to have something that's, you know, somebody else touched, and that's like, even though they're gone, and this is true in life, I guess, but that their contribution continues forward even after they're gone, to like life in the world that you live. It's interesting. So we got some pigs over here, and then we've got a bunch of sheep that we're using for different colored wool, and then we've got so this monstrosity is the remainder of the mountain. I told Gemma, my daughter, Mini Cricket, I told her not to build into the mountain, and so that's exactly what she did. So now we have this leftover of what's left of the mountain. This is like, she lives in here now. There's that crazy house in California that like is like supposedly haunted or whatever, and it's all like, you go inside of it and you're like, suddenly it feels like the whole room is shifting and tilting and nothing makes sense in it, like so we need to make this grass. There's just a lot of little things we have to kind of finish up, but that's her place. It's wild, guys. It's wild. Check this out. It's wild. So first of all, there's that. So we go in here. Okay. It's really hard to get your bearings in here. I remember I spawned in here for some reason one time, and I couldn't. It took me like 5 minutes to find how to even leave, because I was so confused about just geography. So you'll see as we get in. So there's like this area up here, and then there's these steps to go up here. So there's like this thing. She's got a little table here, and then there's a ladder that goes up here, and then there's this goes up, and I think that ladder came from there. This is wild. And then I think, okay, there's a level of creativity with like children that you lose as an adult. There's like a freedom of not caring about any constraints. I didn't even know there was a oh, I just went in there. I shouldn't have gone in there. That's private property. Oops. Anyways, I'm just showing you a Minecraft world right now, guys. I'll stop here in a second. It's not so crazy anymore. I think she's kind of, it's a little more. Oh, there's like a hidden. Yeah, here we go. This is where I was. I was down here. There's like a whole thing down here. Nope, 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 nope. Door to nowhere. And you hear this, you constantly hear this clucking. And you're like, where is this coming from? I'm gonna put a torch here. I hope she doesn't mind. It's got like a... Oh, the door got left open. There used to be a hostage of chickens in here. There's like a whole gaggle of them. And then this goes into... This is now, we're outside, I think. Or at least... some sort of artificial... I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna try and leave. Wish me luck. Can I go out this way? No. Sorry, buddy. So anyways, this is over the progress of like a year or so of just playing on and off. But we're back on it right now. There we go. Yeah, so the castle, imagine a big castle up there. Let me sleep really quick. This is going to become like a open village area of like farmland and like villager places. This serfs. Yeah, it's a special place. And then we've got, this is some bamboo. This is how you make scaffolding. You need string and bamboo. So we got to farm string somehow. It's crazy to me that scaffolding is extremely useful in survival, and they've made it's actually harder to get. It's insanely difficult to get. And it seems almost cruel that the conditions for creating it are so difficult without sort of breaking the mold of like, I'm going to build a mob spawner in creative. And that, to me, that just feels like, okay, now we're playing Metacraft. We're not playing Minecraft. Like, when you have to do stuff like that, I feel like it really throws you out of the, like if you're trying to build sort of like, just like a little internal world. So the other thing, I'll stop here. There's like all kinds of stuff out in yonder that I won't show. But this is like our little main hub area. This is where we farm and get our foods and stuff to go on adventures and things like that. Yeah, I guess my only regret is that I didn't explore more of this world with my mom, because she loved doing that. And there was so much cool stuff that we discovered just on accident recently that I wish she had seen. Right out, just a couple of, just going out just a little bit, and all of a sudden there's just so much cool stuff. Like there's like this really cool like winter village area, and like it would have been cool to set the spawn point there and whatnot. But I like our general area here. This is like, look at all these. This is like a flower biome. I forget what they call them. Our iron is hidden. Don't tell anyone. It's hidden right around here. I won't say where. But we have a lot of it. It's just that if anybody finds out about it, they make tools out of it, and then we instantly, the things that we really need it for are just gone. So, but we need it for like buckets and colanders and, or not colanders, but just, we need it for other things. We've got multiple worlds where me and the kids have made houses, hotels, villages, castles, zoos, roller coasters, all sorts. Yeah, I think they will. You just got to mother them and copy them over someplace safe. On my mom's Xbox, there's every world she's ever made with any of her grandchildren. And I feel like it's my responsibility as like the tech guy to hold on to them, get them in a state where I can send them to them and just be like, here's the worlds that you did with her. Because it's a tactile, three-dimensional space, and memory ties very well to spatial. stuff. And so it's weird to have this virtual world with hills and things and go, I know what's right beyond those hills. And then it triggers all these memories. Because of the way our minds work. And it's weird going back to this months after she was gone. How would I do that? So, I mean, you can, like, on your Xbox, you can download the world. You can get it into the cloud and then get it onto PC here, or and then you can pull it down and save it somewhere, just so you have it in case Microsoft decides to flip a middle finger to everybody, or rug pull something or whatever. But yeah, you could do like a video, I suppose. But for me, what I was going to do for everybody was just like actually download the world and be like, if you pop open Minecraft and you point it to this, like, you know, you're in for a little treat, basically. But yeah, you could probably do like a 3D camera. It's easy. There are tools to let you see what has changed in the world. So like you could heat map, like even if you've never been in it, you weren't even responsible for it. You could see what has changed. You can do like a diff from the seed to what the world is like now. And so you could kind of build out topology of being like, this is where in this world, even though I've never been here and I didn't do anything in it, this is where like a lot of the action was happening in it. But some of that action is just in exploring and running around. You know, the way my mom played, she just loved this like exploring. So she'd just go off somewhere and get lost and find cool things. But, so she has a lot of the worlds with the kids and stuff like that she did it in. But it's something special, and it feels like, yeah. It's interesting. I have a Linux server with the 4 to 5 Docker instances running where the Minecraft worlds we made at the moment. The kids go in there occasionally. Would be a good idea to record a video exploring it though. Easier to maintain for the future. Yeah, especially if something happens. If you just make a video. That's one regret that I have, is that I didn't record like essentially like some kind of video of just, you know, them playing together. I think I've gotten some video of them on the couch and then scanning and panning over to the TV, but it would have been really nice just to put a microphone and like video capture just for, you know, something. But do we spend our whole lives watching our past kind of thing? I think it's more of a shoebox. Like you go back to it, you open it up, you remember the smells and the sights and all that kind of stuff. You visit it and it makes you feel good. And then you close it and you come back to it again some other time. But yeah, it's weird to think of it as like this thing that, and I guess a house is the same thing, a room is the same thing. Of like, this is like a place that I shared with somebody. And like knowing that when I'm gone, memories are tied to me in these areas of this world that I lived in. Like I'm speaking about real life, obviously, but, and then, you know, all of it goes away. Kind of a bummer, I guess. But even the memories are gone. So I need one of my kids to be interested enough in tech and computers to maintain our... Damn it, kid!
You okay, guys?
No, I'm not okay! Alright, well, anyways, back to work. I just thought I'd show you that real quick. I was like, I have Minecraft installed in here, I can show them. But Java Minecraft is the best. The Bedrock is screwing everything up. And the fact that you have to log in to play either is a travesty. Well, you don't have to log in for Bedrock necessarily, but that it's tied to an account is I think that really changed Minecraft. But that was a long time ago when all that stuff was starting to happen. Java Minecraft is the only Minecraft. Yeah. All right, so back to documentation. We'll get back to work there. But thanks for enjoying that little segment, a little of a segue. I'm gonna go grab some soda. I'll be right back and put on some music while I'm gone. I can make a bedrock. Nice, JD. Very nice. Very mature. Defiant Ketchup, how's it going? Be right back. Betty Rubble. Who was I? Was I a Betty Rubble guy? I mean, it's tough to say no to a redhead. I don't know. But Betty Rubble had the hips. She was, as I guess you would say, stacked, right? So I don't know where I'd fall on all that. Knots and diverts combined to create a basic story flow of the game. The flow is flat, blah, 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 blah. We read all about that. So advanced loops. You can use diverts to create looped content, and Ink has several features to exploit this, including ways to make the content vary itself and ways to control how often options can be chosen. See sections on varying text and conditional choices for more information. Oh, and the following is legal and not a great idea. Round and round. Let's do that. Now I want to do that. You told me not to do it, so I'm going to do it. Oh no! What have we done? Okay. So we don't want to do that. That's fun. That was fun. That's like the Hello World on the Mac. When you would just be like, you print go to 10, print, your name, and then go to whatever the line the go to was on, and just includes and stitches. Knots can be subdivided. As the stories get bigger, they become more confusing to keep organized without some additional structure. Knots could include subsection called stitches. These are marked by using a single equal sign. One could use a knot for a scene, for an instance, and a stitch and stitches for the events within the scene. One could use a knot for a scene, for instance, and stitches for the events within the scene. Stitches have unique names. A stitch can be diverted using its address. So dot. So the knot, address, and then dot. The stitch. Okay. Yeah, there is a Godot add-on. I was mentioning early on though that the unfortunate thing is that it does require C#. The add-on, so you need the C# version of Godot, but you can use GDScript for it. So hopefully that makes sense. So, because the original Ink translator thing is C++, I believe. So I think the Godot add-on that I know about uses the NuGet C# version, and then you can use either C# or GDScript to talk to it. So so this is for Godot 4. And then I think there's two. This isn't the one that I'm familiar with. I've been using Dialogic and Mailroom. I like it. Seems similar to this, but Ink feels like it's more about writing novels than just dialogue. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be like I'm going to be using it as like a dialogue thing, but this is like you could use it for game logic, but you can ask it when you visited. Let me show you, if we scroll down a bit. Actually, there's a shorter version of the, so there's a basics here. So this is a simpler version of it. So it's, the Ink engine takes note of every section of content that the player has read so that you can query this later on. For example, to determine if the player has saw a particular knot called catacombs. So they have a syntax here that you can add. And then when you come back to it, you would know. And then the text that you have, you could base a conditional off of that as well. And just be like, show this only if you've seen this kind of thing. And so I feel like that's where it gets more powerful. For my needs, that's what I'm interested in, is to be able to continue a story, or like if we have the idea that like the actions that you perform that change the world of the other NPCs then changes others NPCs interactions with you, so that it's like they talk to each other. And so when you change you kind of input, because you can do variables in this as well. So in the writing here, you can add variables and stuff like that. So the number of times you've talked to a person, the number of times that blah, 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 right? So you can use those variables in the ink writing to then change something else as well. So, I'm a fan of the way that you write in it and stuff. It feels very natural. I'm not too familiar with Dialogic other than using it for displaying text. Like as like, you know, an interactable thing. So you could combine Dialogic with this, right? Because the Ink add-on, let me find the one that I know about that I like for Godot. I think this might be it. Is it the same? No, that's the same one. I think this is the one I remember. So is this the same? Okay, so Ink GD, I think this is the one I'm familiar with. Yeah, they have a Godot 4 branch. I think the first time I heard of Ink was the game they made for exploring art. Yeah, I heard it a long time ago for there was a GDC talk with the developer who helped create it, and there's a good Soren Johnson has an interview with him as well, and he dives into the creation of it and like interactive storytelling and stuff like that. But yeah, so yeah, you can use this in a different way. You don't have to think of it as words on a page to use it. But that was something I was talking to my friend about because he was interested in doing games and he writes. And I was talking to him and I'm like, well, this is the thing. You can make interactive stuff with it. But your first instinct is going to think of it as choose your own adventure. And I'm like, trying to describe to him in abstract ways, like, you don't have to think of this as that. You don't have to think of it as you're choosing choices from a dialogue. You don't have to think of it like that. And I'm like, you don't even need to write, like, if it was second person or something, you could like really go with some really crazy stuff. You could describe the creation of the universe and like have these forking paths of like where do you want to go exploring the like Big Bang, and from there, like, what do you know, what part of that do you want to kind of go dive down into? Anyways. There was a bang. It was big. The whole thing is to explore the Big Bang, but it's all about how the ultimate ending is I banged your mom. It's this big long revelatory story for somebody, but the end is all a joke. It's like I banged your mom. It's just one big long your mom joke. You described it so you don't need a code either. Because you can export, they have an Ink, you can easily include images. You can export this into a website and then just upload it somewhere and point to the index.html. You can throw it up on an S3 somewhere, point to the index.html and be able to have anyone go to it and play your story. And then you can easily embed images into it and stuff like that. It's got support for that, I believe, out of the box for the web exports. Yeah, you can use it in Godot. But the question is like calling it, right? So this is Ink GD. So this is like... This is, I believe, yeah. So Godot Ink, you can use C# and GD script. The syntax is different than Ink GD, But InkGD is the one that's it's I like its approach. It's really clean. Let me see if I can find. They have a website for it. I don't think this is it. This is a different. Somebody made this. This is like a based on the original C# implementation. Where is there? They have a good wiki. Read the docs. Here we go. All right, this is the docs for the one that I was. This one I like. Yeah, so you have like a place that you just point to your ink document. Ink player connect. So this is how you load the story. And then yeah, this is the basic game loop of using ink in Godot. So they describe how to do that here. And then basically everything stops when it sees a choice. So you can think of choices in ink as whatever you want them to be, really. And you could hold on to the choice and be like, I'm not going to show it until, you know, this thing occurs or whatever. And that thing is, you know, the choice. The player doesn't even know it, kind of thing, right? So whether they choose to close the shop or I don't know, you know. But for my needs, office hours for my product makes me lose faith in people's abilities. Thank goodness it's only a half hour. Oof, is InkGD 4 compatible? Yeah, they have a port for 4. So there's a 4. It's not official. Like, I don't think it's like a... So here we go. So if you go up here, they have the Godot 4 branch. So I can link to that here. The latest Inkle Kate version is 1.11, I believe. So InkGD version 1 supports 4.2, and presumably that just goes up, right? Anyways, we're going to keep diving into this. So we can go to the stitches. Interesting. So the first stitch is the thing that'll show first. If you just go to the knot, it's going to show this one. No signs of an ear infection, anything in his lungs. Benadryl to help him dry out at night. Eating his ice cream now, be home soon. He's due for 4 shots in 2 weeks. Or 2 shots in 4 weeks. Okay. We're looking into Inkle's interactive writing tool and integrating it into our baking games story, or integrating our story into the baking game using ink. I'm sick today, so I'm not counting this as like an actual dev day. This is more like research. The first stitch is the default, okay. Unless we move the order of the stitches. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, local diverts. From inside a knot, you don't need to use the full address for a stitch. So it's like internal. It's local. It's like a local space. Okay. This means stitches and knots can't share names, but several knots can contain the same stitch name. Understood? The compiler will warn you if ambiguous names are used. The compiler is this. Like if you're writing inside of Inkle, the writing tool that they have, you'll get the compiler warnings in here. You'll see them show up. Research. You were playing Minecraft. I was taking a break. That was a break of a break. A break within a break. It was a breakception. You can combine script files together with includes. You can split your content across multiple files. Include statements should always go at the top of the file and not inside knots. There are no rules about what file a knot must be in to divert to. In other words, separating files has no effects on the game's namespace. Choices can only be used once. By default, every choice in the game can only be chosen once. If you don't have loops in your story, you'll never notice this behavior. But if you use loops, you'll quickly notice your options disappearing. If you were making another game about inflatable things, would you write about a balloon knot? I don't know, JD. Do I have a shout out for you? Well, I do. There you go, JD. There's a shout out to JD, Godot Streamer Extraordinaire. Follow on Itch. I've got a link for JD's also got a today I choose to be an agent of chaos. I declare myself. You're a chaotician? Chaotician? Man, this I don't want to talk about the Tylenol thing, but I really do want to talk about the Tylenol thing. What a fucking... I take back every unkind thing I've said about you in the last 4 hours. Greg's like every full series from the 80s is on the Internet Archive, but I had no idea until now. Yeah, dude. Anything you can imagine. I'm taking some autism for my shoulder. Fuck, dude. I mean, I remember when all this shit started with Oprah. I remember Oprah having what was it? It was Jennifer. I don't know. She had fake boobs. She was blonde, and she was married to Jim Carrey at the time. And they really promoted that, thinking about shots. Jenna McCarthy, right? It was Jenna McCarthy and Jim Carrey, and they came from a source of authority because they're celebrities. They must know what they're talking about. And they started. They really pushed the whole shots cause all of these things. My mother took just the right amount of Tylenol. I like the balance I've got going. It's so fucking stupid because I should stop talking about it. But it's like, hey, this undiagnosable thing is now diagnosable. Look at the number go up. And it's like, right, because we have a name for the thing now. We didn't before. We can now categorize it and taxonomize it. And so line go up. It doesn't mean that it's like so fucking frustrating. Oh my God. My mother took the right amount, but offset it with smoking 2 packs a day while pregnant. So you're smart, but a little wheezy. You know what I like about the chat and you guys is that in real life you're constantly editing what you're saying to maintain relationships with people, right? And what I love about streaming that I've embraced is I'm just not going to do that. And whoever sticks around, that's great, because I know that I have created a unit of people where it doesn't matter and I can just be myself. And whoever sticks around, it's fucking great. And so I feel like I can be more real with the people that I have in my chat when I'm streaming than I can in real life. Does that make sense? I'm not comfortable being a part of your unit. Well, you are, God damn it. I have every streamer. I have a picture of them on my wall, and I just look at them. All right. But it's like, it feels like nowadays when you're making real life connections with people, like people go scorched earth with relationships of like, this person doesn't align with me exactly on, what is it, vaccines, whatever the topic du jour is. This person is not aligned with me exactly. I'm severing the relationship, you know? And I think that we can be disagreeable with each other and still maintain like a connection with somebody. And I think that that's at least what I feel like I have with like chat, is because I'm certain that like people can disagree with me all they want, you know, but we can still be buddies, I think. And I feel like with the internet, that's more possible in this medium than it is like with streaming. And I don't know why I feel that way, but I do. Than in person right now, at least. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But so choices can be only used once. So once you have, so if we think about it from my needs for the game, if a choice can only be used once, then so how do we have like repeating dialogues? Well, we have the knots. We go back to the knots, right? The above example stops where it does because the next choice ends up. So here's what we can do. I'm getting an idea of how this is going to work for our needs for the game. We're going to have includes for every character. Okay? So I think that's the shape of what it's going to look like when we're writing this. So includes will be each character. And that'll be their collection of knots and things that can happen with them. The difficulty of this arrives with the possibility that I would like to have people, NPCs, have a dialogue with each other. So that's going to be a little weird. And I have to figure that out. How do you do, is it backticks? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make the stream look cozy while I work on this game. Exactly, I wouldn't pick it either. This is for making the stream. I want to have a cozy theme for Godot as well, so that I can just embrace cozy in the development process. And that's hopefully going to be where we get eventually. Too bright for cozy. Needs to be a little less. Okay, so choices can only be used once. Needs more earthen tones. By default, every choice in the game. So I was thinking about the design of the look of the game too, but we'll get into that later. I think that's later after the prototype. But I have two ideas. One is using clay models and then texturing them, scanning them and then texturing them. I talked to Greg about that a bit. And then the other thing too was papercraft, specifically like, you know how you print out like a paper model and then you kind of tape it together. So maybe instead of having everything be clay, the characters are clay, the like biological elements are clay, I guess, and then the like machinery and the what's the word, like in Blender when you're like a Blender artist, like Devro is a very specific type of Blender artist. That's the term I'm trying to think of. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but so the like non, you know, I don't know, like the oven and the refrigerator and the walls are all sort of the drawing on paper kind of look. When I was a little wee person, we had a VHS of some ancient version of Dracula made by Russians. Dude, what? Do you guys know that story about the guy who just fanficked Dracula? When they did the translation, I forget what language that was for. And they just wrote, they're like, I could write this better. And they just wrote their own version. And nobody knew for a long time that version of of Dracula was just like wrong. So choices can only be used once by default. Every choice in the game can only be chosen once. If you don't have loops in your story, you'll never notice this behavior. But if you use loops, you'll quickly notice your options disappearing. Makes sense. And on the next loop, you'll have no options left. So, okay, so if you continue around, fallback choices, the above example stops where it does because the next choice ends up in an out-of-content runtime error. Okay, we can resolve this with a fallback choice. Fallback choices are never displayed to the player, but are chosen by the game if no other options exist. A fallback choice is simply a choice without text. Okay. And now, in a slight abuse of a syntax, we can make a default choice with content in it using a choice then arrow. The Russian Dracula sounds like a porno in Soviet Russia. You suck, vampire. Small town problems, man. Small town problems. You got drive-thrus that are ass slow. Maybe the drive-thru had too much inertia. Adding this into the previous example gives us the woman with the hat. You click on it. The woman with the hat pushes you roughly aside. It goes to find help, which is back on itself. You search desperately for a friendly face in the crowd. The man with the briefcase, you choose that, looks disgusted as you stumble past him. You search desperately for a friendly face in the crowd, but it is too late. You collapse onto the station of the platform. This is the end. Yeah, sticky choices. The only once behavior is not always what we want, of course. So we can have a second kind of choice, the sticky choice. The sticky choice is simply one that doesn't get used up and is marked by a plus bullet. Okay. Fallback choices can be sticky too. So wait, I thought a fallback choice was what they're calling sticky. Let's go back. The man with the briefcase kisses you, and you feel safe. Now kiss. Oh, Cricket, did I tell you about trivia? No. What about trivia? I feel like I'm getting set up for a joke. Is this like gonna be like what's ligma? Did you just what's ligma me? I beat the entire company at trivia, and now I want to switch. Oh my god! Okay, 5-minute timeout for JD. Hang on a second. I would love to be brave enough to do that to people, but I would worry that they would take too much offense to it. And I also don't like that timeouts delete all the messages from the person. So I don't like doing them. I wish that I could, and it wouldn't delete the messages. It would just be fun. That's just like my my vain rage to just time out JD. It was a team thing, but I had the highest personal score. Nice. Was it a themed trivia? Was it like a specific kind of trivia, or was it all over the place? A Switch 2. Son of a bitch. Now you get to spend $10 in order to be able to play your old Switch games at decent graphics. Came in second at karaoke. Damn. Why is the green bird on my phone crying? Hilden, do you smell like burnt toast right now? Okay, fallback choices. A fallback choice. Fallbacks are never displayed to the player, but are chosen by the game if no other options exist. Out of options. I see. So they still only happen once, but they just happen automatically. Okay, that makes sense. So you could have multiple fallbacks. Back to watching My Demon Lover. Previously on My Demon Lover. I've been watching Spy Family. We need to get back to that. I'm always worried that it's going to get fan servicey. I'm watching it with my kids, and I get a little nervous sometimes. Like, oh God, please don't do anything weird. So we use a plus for a sticky choice. It stays there forever. Fallback choices can be sticky too. Oh God, I'm so excited to start writing with this. Conditional choices. It's a movie starring the junkyard boyfriend from Family Ties. What? Junkyard boyfriend. Family Ties. Who turns into a monster every time he gets horny. What? Those are words. Family Ties. Family Ties is the Urkel one? Or is that the Marty McFly one? What would we do, baby, without us? What would we do, baby? Sha-la-la-la. Boolean, how's it going? Came in at the perfect time for me singing. What would we do, baby? Bouillon, the tastiest Dev. I was just watching an episode of an anime based on manga, and I should have remembered in the middle of the first episode, the sister of the main character, for some reason, was obsessed with trying to kiss her brother awake. Oh God. Highly hazardous to watch random PG-13 animes with kids. Yes, this is true. Oh, what would we do, baby? Sha-la-la-la. Let me see what this is. This link here, JD sent. Is this a trailer for the thing? $1987. Oh, it's not an anime? It's not loading for me because YouTube is doing some weird ass. Second, I gotta get the sound right. First, we gotta pause this other thing. Boop. What a weird selection of music I got going on right now, though. Is this appropriate? We're about to find out. I love that, first of all, the first two lines that they show this character ever say twice is "I'm sorry." I'm trying to eliminate this from my daughter's vocabulary. I'm like, you're not sorry for nothing. Stop apologizing. I'm sorry. Stop! The whole movie is just her saying, I'm sorry. There's a lot of use of I and I am in the writing, just in the trailer. This is bizarre. New Line Cinema sounds about right. Was New Line Disney's secret thing to get away with doing stuff that they would normally do, or is that a different one? Touchstone. That was Touchstone. Yeah. Way to go, Disney. And now it's no more, right? That thing about Disney trying to appeal. We need to appeal to young boys. And it's like, damn, if only there was some way that we could appeal to young boys. How do we do this? And that's how I won trivia. Nice. Sorry, I bounced on our convo about Roblox and TikTok yesterday. My wife came home with groceries and I never made it back to my computer. Right as Bullion says sorry to JD. I'm sorry, Cricket. Yeah, it's hard. It's like, I'm sorry is for when you've done something wrong. It's not for like... I'm not sorry for nothing. That's the spirit. My B. I just don't like seeing it from my daughter so early. Because it does seem to be a more... it is like a... Because my son would just never say sorry, I don't think, at this point. I don't think those words... That's not true, but... yeah. Please read the funny joke JD wrote, because it's funny. Let's see, JD says, what do you young boys like to do? Touch what? Their wood? No, we can't call it touch wood. What about stone? Touchstone. Love it! We'll change the element. Nobody's gonna know. At school, when people were like, I'm sorry for some nothing burger where they had done nothing wrong, I would tell them, you shall never be forgiven for this act of transgression. And they look very baffled. Yeah, it'll be like I'm in class and I'll say, oh, hey, let's work on your A's and your D's because they're not connecting together. So you should practice that a little bit or whatever. And then it's like, I'm sorry. And it's like, no, there's nothing to be sorry for. Better than the LDS Church and their film property smack poll. Is that for real? I feel like the bookstore name for the LDS bookstore has a suggestive name too. What's it called? There's a name for it. Something. Anybody know what I'm talking about? But if I always felt like I was like, "Oh, is that like a sultry bookstore?" And it's like, no, it's all like LDS stuff. But it sounds like it would be like this dirty cork soakers. No, it sounds like something I can't remember. Now I got to look it up really quick. What's it called? I gotta text my wife. She knows. Deseret. It's called Deseret. Yeah, Deseret. And it's like, ooh, it's like Victoria's Secrets, but for books. Like that's always like what it paints in my head. I'm sure it has some meaning that I don't know about. It does sound saucy. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, what have I entered the chat on? All right, well, back to work here. We're getting really distracted. Seminary. Well, even the way that pews have you sit is like, this is very, because the intent of a pew is to be uncomfortable. So, pubes, yeah. Okay, so we have sticky ones, conditional choices. You can also turn choices on and off by hand. Ink has quite a lot of logic available, but the simplest test is, has the player seen a particular piece of content? Every knot and stitch in the game has a unique address, so it can be diverted to, and we use the same address to test if that piece of content has been seen. Okay. I got really good at falling asleep on the pew. Man, if I did that stuff, like I would get the giggles when my dad would take me to church. I would get the giggles, and that meant that I was going to be physically harmed. Like he would grab my skin and then fucking do something that would hurt like hell to get me to stop. And so I couldn't do any of that. Oh, I was too, no doubt. Yeah. And it would hurt so bad and for so long that I would just be like, okay, well, I guess that's the reminder to not start laughing uncontrollably. But I had tons of siblings, so I'd sit on the other end for my parents. Nice. You had a defensive barrier. I was not so lucky. The religion book at grade 7 had text, "Religion excites" on the cover, and everyone was giggling for the Finnish word, for excite is more commonly used for the non-child friendly version of excite. I used to run paper routes. We get up at 4:30 a.m., run papers, then go to church, and have to try to stay awake. Yeah, it was the same for me, actually. I at 11, I did someone else's paper route on Sundays. So yeah, I'd wake up at 4 a.m., fold the papers, put them in the bags if it was raining, and then go and do a crazy long paper route. And then, yeah, I guess we went back to we would go to church. I never even remembered the two together because the route itself was so arduous. Yeah, I was really young. The rain was the worst. Yeah, 100%. Did that for a bit too. Baptist church here, then Sunday chores. Yep. Yeah, I mean, what I wish I had more of is the regulation that I'm certainly lacking right now. So that kind of like routine and stuff, I do kind of miss having that, but I don't have it in me right now, whatever the reason. After delivering papers on my rollerblades. Dang. No, I had 2 satchels. So there were 4 total. They would slump over the handlebars. I had one in the front, one on the backs of the handlebars. And then I had to go up this big hill initially. And then it was downhill for a good while. And so it wasn't so hard. But it was like I couldn't steer the bike or anything. And those tires had to be pumped to like maximum like pressure because there was so much weight from the bike, from the papers. Yeah. Paperboy reboot and Godot win. Yeah. No, I had too many papers to deliver to be able to do it that way. Yeah. Paperboy in 3D would be fun. Conditional choices. So you can turn a choice on and off by hand. Ink has quite a lot of logic available, but the simplest test is, has the player seen this particular piece of content? And I feel like this is extremely powerful. And here, the church that most are part of is Protestant. And only this year I've learned that the core teachings differ from the common churches in the States. Well, Protestant is through hard work you find God, essentially, right? And that's where I believe that my German grandparents came to the States and started a Protestant church, if I'm not mistaken. But it's like work is a core part of it, right? Like that's actually like a big part of the... I remember my dad getting into big disagreements about, like, there's like seven versions of, like, this one forks off from this one in the belief that the body of Christ, and it's like, we don't believe that. This one believes this, and we don't believe that part. And this one believes, and it's like, okay, all right, dude. 5-point Calvinism was the best. Sunday papers were too big. Yeah, I remember the Holy Ghost. I was like, now what now? Like the Holy Spirit? Like, what are we talking about? There's a third thing? What? It was like a new lore drop. It was like a religious lore. It's like, oh my God. Paperboy, but it's a horror game. Paperboy kind of is a horror game. It's like you're trying to keep making money, but you can't. You suffer through like losing customers and you're barely hanging on. It's basically real life. Well, the core belief in the States is that you only believe the parts you want to believe and hate anyone that isn't like you. So I'm glad yours is better. The Trinity is much clearer here. I learned about the Triforce today in church. Well, the Triforce is a religious symbol, right? And in Japan, it has like a religious connotation. Like that symbol has some sort of it's steeped in some sort of religious thing. That's Japanese, I believe. It actually, I believe it is. I could be wrong. Yeah. I find myself like, without like humanism, if I was to put a label on something, I believe the term is humanism. I don't know. The best Triforce intro ever. It's so cool. That used did that use the mode 7 or was it something else? I forget. Because it looked like straight up polygons. Okay, so basically you can use a not statement. So if you have not visited Paris, and that's the not, if you have not been to this not, then you'll have this. And if you have, then you'll have this. I'll be back. I have to go sit in the sun like a lizard for 10 minutes before it disappears. I need this for productivity. I understand. Got to get that vitamin D going. Note also that conditionals don't override the once only behavior of options. So you'll need sticky options available for repeatable choices. Note that the test not name is true if any stitches inside that knot have been seen. I see. Note also that conditionals don't override the once only behavior of options. So you'll still need sticky options available for repeatable choices. I see. When I was a kid, we had to sing the songs in kids' choir called Vitamin G, G for Grace. Yeah, we sang from Psalms, all the like hymns and shit like that. So I actually prefer that. I've been to like a lot of different, I don't go anymore, but I've been to a lot of different churches, and I did not like the rock band Christian churches. I preferred the sermons that were more like about, something from the Bible rather than riffing off of it. Because it's like, look, we have this book here. We're all here for this thing, and you're just going to make something up? Like, what? Like, look, we either have, like, we have this playbook thing or we don't. Like, what is this? Also, there's common spin with the Protestants that is very much all about sins being already forgiven and there being no unforgivable sins, and that it requires no work from the devout, since belief is given by the Lord and no amount of hard work is going to give it if the Lord does not grant it. Interesting. Okay, so let me go over that again. Requires no work for the one to be devout, since belief is given by the Lord and no amount of hard work is going to give it if he doesn't grab it. Okay, I think I follow. Vitamin G. There was no church choir here for younglings. It was only old peeps and old peeps with trumpets. AI sermons for sure. Hell yeah. I was raised both Catholic and Southern Baptist. Yeah. So I think it was Second Baptist was the one that I was in. That's basically the Baptist. It's a heck of a combo. All right, I'm gonna head out and do stuff. Let me do a shout out to Tevro. We're just talking about all kinds. Now my son is hitting me violently. Hey, buddy. Oh, we gotta go. Did you get your ice cream? You're all ice creamed up, and you did good at the doctor's. Why is it not doing a shout out for Deborah? I swear I have something. All right, well, I'll do an official shout out. All right, Devereaux. Unreal master blender extraordinaire. I didn't have to do all that religious crap when I was a kid. Thank God. Yeah. It was always weird, like that moment where you question something audibly to somebody, and the hostile attack that you get, because it's like, no. Like, we don't do that here. We tell you what to believe, kind of thing. As a kid, it was always really interesting. Because the original sin problem ultimately creates that thing where it's like, well, wait a minute. Hold on now. So, if some people believe that, like, baptism, like it's like baptism, you're set. Right? Nothing else. You're going to die and you'll be okay. And then it's like, well, Catholicism's a bit more like, well, you got to kind of constantly get refreshed. It's like clearing the cache. You gotta flush the cache. And if you die and somebody doesn't flush it after you've died and you had sinned, you're kind of in trouble. So, like, oh man, it's good stuff. I have nothing wrong with people agreeing to get together and wanting to improve themselves. I've said that before. And I think that the problem is when you get a group of people together, that's the problem. So I find groups of people tend to end up not always. I think groups of people tend to err on the wrong side for the most part of a lot of things. That's the danger to me. It's the groups of people. Ordained by the Universal Life Church. Nice. Also, there is more. There is the more you read the Bible, the more you know, the more is required of you. So you better not read it. When I was like 5, I asked my dad, if there was nothing before God created it, where was God? Where was God when He created it? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's all these like, and the answer, you know, is like, well, it's not a logical problem, right? You could easily just hand wave it away and be like, well, you're thinking with your mind that was designed by God. It sees things a certain way. It's never going to see the whole truth, and so you just have to accept it. And so that's like the hand wringing thing, right? And Tommy Lee Jones said in Men in Black, a person is smart, people are dumb. And sin is knowingly breaking the will of the Lord, and if you do not know what the Lord does not like, you do not sin. Hilden's like, so if I don't know the rules, we're okay. But is that a sin? Is that written somewhere in the Bible as a sin? If you know that, you're really screwed. Oh, man. The real Jessica, how you doing? Sweet. Where does that grand larceny fall on the credit allowance? Is that 1 point? Is everything 1 point? I can only absolve sin. I can't get you acquitted. I'm pretty sure they can that angle covered, but can't remember how exactly. All right, well, back to work. Should we write an interactive Bible? Should we make an interactive Bible? Suddenly we get. Is there religious Twitch? Is that a thing? Is there like a portion of Twitch that's like all about religion? Bible Adventures. What I played Joshua on the NES, which was like a ROM hack of another game. I remember playing that at my cousin's a lot. And you would start it up and it'd be like doo-hoo, doo-hoo. And it was such an infuriating game. They put Christians in their tags. Something like only faiths. Oh, okay. Just praying. There's some church musicians that stream here. And that's the thing is, I'm not going to like... I don't have it in me to make fun of someone for their beliefs because we all believe silly things. And there's a lot of hypocrisy in our actions without religion. And we can believe something that's absolutely just nonsense without religion. So like, I don't judge, like I have a lot of people who are of different faiths and stuff like that that are my friends and everything. And I'm not like talking shit about what they believe to them and trying to like flip them. I don't know. You know, I'm not like poking at them subtly or something like that, you know? 'Cause I mean, I was there. So like, why would I do that? You know, I was capable of the same thing as they are. So I don't know. It just doesn't seem like, oh, I figured it out and you didn't, you know, like I'm not going to do that, you know? So, and I mean, there are some decent Christians out there and they're very, you know, Christ-like, and those are the great ones. And it's like, that's a good person right there. And I admire their ability to live what they believe and not, they never talk about it. It's all through action. And that's like extremely admirable, but also extremely rare. But I have met a few like that. And it's like, this is a really good person right here who's trying to actually like the good parts of this thing. They're really trying to live. And it's like, that's nice. That's nice to see. But yeah, there's a religious dating service here, but it's plagued by trolls, LARPing Satanists, and having a bio asking people to commit sins with them. Oh man. Oh man. I'm sure if there was like an atheist dating thing, it would have the same problem from the other side. Every knot and stitch in the game has a unique address, blah, blah, blah. So this is how we can do conditional choices based on what we've seen. Multiple conditions, so we can do multiple checks. You can use several logic checks in an option. If you do, all tests must pass before the option appears. If you've seen the knot, visited the Paris, and you haven't been to the knot board of Paris, then you'll have return to Paris as an option. Logical operators and an or. The above multiple conditions, unfaithful, dating for atheists and agnostics. No chance people will get the wrong idea from the title. Why aren't the dating apps more like food review, where you like get a review score? Like, this guy's 5 stars in bed, but like the actual dating experience is like, conversation is like a 1 star. You know, like, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. I'm so glad I currently don't have to do dating apps. Dude, I can't imagine right now. I dodged a bullet. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. Church for atheists and agnostics. Yeah, I dived into that rabbit hole, Boolean. And the closest stuff I could find were things like Shriners and Masonry, the Masons and stuff like that. But Masons still have you declare the belief of some sort of singular deity, if I'm not mistaken. And it's something you have to be brought into. And it's really just a bunch of old people talking about doing stuff and then finally settling on doing something. And it just doesn't sound like what I would want to have be that. But like I said, I think the problem is groups of people end up doing stupid things. All right, I'll be right back. Incidentally, that party inspired my friend to dub me the Inskiminator. He set out to find fly skimmies at the party, but I'm the one who ended up talking to a girl. I thought it was hilarious, so I started using it as my Quake screen name. Gosh, yeah, nice. So we have logical operators and an OR. Advanced notch slit labels are actually read counts. So it's actually an integer and not a true false flag. So this is how you can test to see if you've seen a knot a certain number of times. A knot or a stitch is used this way is actually an integer variable containing the number of times the content at the address is being seen by the player. If it's non-zero, it'll return in a test like the one above, but you can also be more specific as well. So you can say notch greater than 3. Have you seen it more than 3 times? Stop working. Spend time chatting. Ink supports a lot more logic and conditionality than covered here. See variables and logic. Variable text. So let's try this. Okay, so it's the ink file. Let's try and come up with like a little version of what would this look like. How do we handle this in like a core loop of like talking to characters? So, so we're gonna save. We'll overwrite this. This is the main story. And we're gonna include here we go. Character Greg. Okay. So now we've got Greg's Inkle story. Here. And if we just start out with a main okay. Okay. Greg, what's the favorite kind of bread that you have? Are you here? I need a good bread. Somebody pick a bread. Sourdough. Look, Mom, my name's up there. I made a lot of sourdough during Rona. Brioche. Brioche is like pretty fancy. It's a lot of work to do a brioche, right? Sourdough is trendy. Probably a good choice. Sourdough is delicious. Challah is my second favorite. Or any egg, really. So if we do sourdough, do we have to make it where you have to keep feeding the yeast? Second favorite is my second favorite. I had some brioche French toast on Sunday because I had to start a super limiting diet on Monday. French toast is really good. Fiera, what's up? I wanted to learn to make sourdough, and then I saw how many steps it takes, and I noped out. Having sourdough is like, you know, in high school, how they had you take care of the egg as like, this is what it's like to have a baby or whatever. Doing sourdough and keeping it going so that you can continue to do sourdough, it feels like that. So you have this little baby thing that you constantly have to take care of and manage, or otherwise you'll kill it. Oh, yeah, Miss Cricket just said that. Sourdough is a lot of work. It's like having another kid. Chucky Milk Boy. Make a pet mini game where the sourdough starter can talk to you and show you love and stuff. Fuck. Greg, that is such a damn good idea. Sourdough starter character. That is so funny. I love the idea that if it dies and you start another one up again, it's different. And I love the idea that it's kind of the same dialogue, but you start keeping track of how many times the starter has died, and it starts to become like a little more like dubious with you and like, wait a minute, I'm not the first sourdough starter you've had? Wait, how many have you had before? Like, it starts to like, it's like if you've ever seen if you've ever seen, what was the one where they go to the afterlife and they find out it's actually hell? Where at one point, like, they keep finding out over and over again that it's hell, over and over and over and over again. So like, you're trying to maintain a sourdough starter while also not letting it go into like an existential crisis that you're not good at doing that. The Good Place, yeah. It's just like, please. My God, I'm in your 34th sourdough? Are you serious? Like, what? That was 4 Jeremy Bearmies ago. Sourdough starter digital pet, because it's basically a pet. It's like the Tamagotchi of the game. Oh my God, the sourdough is the Tamagotchi. So the sourdough is like a little mini game. You have to like... Maybe if it's really sick, you can kind of sing it back to health or something. That's a pretty good idea. It's not even just remembering to feed it. There's like different ratios. It can get sick and you have to know how to fix it with the right ratio of feeding. Jeez. And then there's these people that are just like, yeah, I don't ever have a problem with it. I don't even know what you're talking about. It's like gardeners. Like, no, I just water it and it's fine. You don't have like bugs eating your plants every day? No. I don't want to talk to you. Get out of here. What are we working on? We're working on looking at something called Ink, which is a story writing. Let me use its own words to describe it. No, we don't want that. It's a narrative scripting language for games. That's the easy explanation. And it's a pretty easy markup to learn for writing dynamic stories that you can have change over time based on what's happened in the story and so on. So we're going to try and use this to create a story system for the game. The sourdough starter character, credit Greg. That is a good idea. So Tamagotchi. Okay. So sourdough starter character, a Tamagotchi-like character that you have to maintain, and if it dies over time, it slowly marks the player a bit. It slowly mocks the player a bit like Mr. Rossetti in Animal Crossing. Would it have to be like a mobile? Yeah, it has to be like a simple mini game thing. I would describe it more as a mechanic than anything else. Oh, is it a mini game within the game? Yeah. So if you want to do sourdough, then you have to maintain it, and it's like having a Tamagotchi. So it's like the game, the sub. This introduces a sub mechanic that you can engage in or not. We can tie it to characters and stuff so that if you don't do it, there's a whole branching set of things that won't happen if you don't do sourdough. It's just a sourdough pet. You could make it so that it when you open it up, it takes. Do phones check your? They don't have any thermostat information, do they? It doesn't like read room temperature or anything. It'd be nice to tie it into something that like you give it like some smart device information and it reads the humidity and temperature of a room, and then it's accurately portrays the biological reaction of a sourdough starter. We need a funny name for it too. That's like Mr. Rossetti is like a great name because of his existence and the implication, and so something good for that, for the name of the thing. And I like the idea that so I'll put that in the notes. Needs a good name. Needs a good name like Mr. Rossetti. That's a bit of a pun. And after the first death, the name is always name, number, current sourdough count. So if it was Mr. Rossetti, it'd be like Mr. Rossetti. And then after it first dies, it would be like Mr. Rossetti number 2, Mr. Rossetti number 3, Mr. Rossetti number 4, and so on and so forth. Okay. But now we got super God, I feel like I could just start writing that right now. I see you say don't serve sourdough. It's really my favorite bread. You think you could add it to the menu? I think I could do that. No, sorry, maybe later. And then so no sourdough and yes sourdough. Now there was something about notches. Every notch and stitch, so you can test to see if you've been to a specific stitch. Okay. So I think what we could do is we could have multiple includes for a character that are the different, like you sort of unlock more about the character the more you interact with them, and so the include it grows the so it's like character chapter 1, chapter 2, or however you want to think about it, where it can grow. Sequences, cycles, and other alternatives. The simplest variations of text are provided by alternatives, which are selected from depending on some kind of rule. Alternatives are written inside of curly brackets with elements supported by pipe symbols. These are only useful if a piece of content is visited more than once. Sequences are the default, is a set of alternatives that tracks how many times it's been seen and each time shows the next element along. When it runs out of new content, it continues to show the final element. Okay. See, that's cool, right? So you can kind of variation, you can build in some variation to some stuff here. Cycles are marked with an ampersand. Cycles are like sequences, but they loop over their content. Okay. And a once only is an exclamation point. Once only alternatives are like sequences, but when they run out of new content to display, they display nothing. Okay. And a shuffle is with a tilde. Shuffle produces a randomized output. Isn't this great? I feel like this markup is great. Alternatives can contain blank elements, so you can change the. That's interesting. Okay, alternatives can be nested. My God. Okay. Okay, I see it. Okay. Alternatives can include divert statements. So we can have diverts. They can also be used inside of a choice. Okay. One caveat is you can't start an options text with a curly bracket, as it'll look like a conditional. Okay. But the caveat has a caveat. If you escape with white space before the curly bracket, Ink will recognize it as text. Okay. And here's a bit of a lifestyle advice. Note the sticky choice. The lure of the television will never fade. So there's multi-line blocks as well. Okay. Text can also vary depending on logical tests, just as options can. Obsidian, how's it going? Let's slip the dogs of kitchen. Game queries and functions. So Ink provides a few useful game level queries about game state for use in conditional logic. They're not parts of the language, but they're always available, and they can't be edited by the author. In a sense, they're the standard library functions of the language. The convention is to name these in capital letters. Choice count returns the number of options created so far in the current chunk. So for instance, produces two options, B and C, which can be useful for controlling how many options the player gets on a turn. Turns, this returns the number of turns since the game began. Turns since returns the number of moves formerly player inputs since a particular notch or stitch was last visited. All right, Fiera. Thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good one. I hope everything's going good with you in your game. Are you streaming today, Obsidian? Nice. Yeah, I usually forget. If you guys can remind me on Thursdays, that would be amazing. But yes, I'm trying to do that. I did do it last week. Almost forgot, but I remembered. Do you have something? Ah! All right. It's happening. Very nice. I lost my mouse. Where did it go? There it is, but it's not moving. What the heck? I think the battery might have died. I cleaned the mouse, and now it's not working. What? Okay, it's totally not working. Crap. Can somebody get me a AA battery? Thanks. Thanks, guys. I'll be right back. I can't even switch my scene. Oh, wait. Okay, that's working. Still dead. How did this happen? Uh-oh. We might be up shit creek here. I'll be right back. Yep, it was a dead battery. Okay. All right. Back at it. Okay, so we can seed it. We can give it a seed. Okay. Okay, so far we've been building branch stories in the simplest way with options that link to pages, but this requires us to uniquely name every destination in the story, which can slow down writing and discourage minor branching. Ink has a much more powerful syntax available designed for simplifying story flows, which have an always forward direction, as most stories do, and most computer programs don't. This format is called Weave, and it is built out of the basic context option syntax with two new features: the gather mark and the nesting of choices and gathers. Let's go back to the first multi-choice example at the top of this document. In a real game, all three of these options might well lead to the same conclusion. We can do this using gather without the need to create any new knots or add any diverts. Okay, this produces the following playthrough. Yeah, that's the plan. Well, I'm not working on coding today. I'm super sick, so do you have the cooking mechanics down? The answer is no. I'm going to go super granular with them to see if it works. And if it doesn't, I'm going to pull back on them and simplify. But yesterday or 2 days ago, I didn't stream yesterday. I wasn't able to. But 2 days ago, I had started building out the recipe system for the game. And we got... I can show you the... I mean, it's not going to look like much is going on. It looks almost identical. But we got rid of the physics system. I think you were here for some of that. So we're not using physics anymore for movement. And... started building out the data structure for the recipe system, and that's pretty straightforward. I saw you strip your physics. Yep, yeah, that was gone. Yeah, so the game right now is pretty much the same. We're gonna have press and hold in it, and we left it at when you go to like something you can open. You know, we get the dynamic interface pop up. Ooh, that was weird. Wonder how I made that happen. Oh, yeah, that's we know about that. We need to be on 2s. Anyways, so that still needs a little bit of work. But back at it. Yeah, we're just checking out Ink, and I'm trying to imagine how I would structure the ink to work for the type of dialogue and that will end up with the game. Ink has a Godot plugin. Yeah, there's 2. One uses it's all GD script, and then the other is a C# solution that allows you to talk to it with GD script or C#. We can string these gather and branch sections together to make branchy sequences that always run forwards. Okay. This is the most basic kind of weave. The rest of the section details additional features that allow weaves to nest, contain sidetracks and diversions, divert within themselves, and above all, reference earlier choices to influence later ones. Okay. So I think weaves will probably, in our case, we can use weaves effectively for in the moment, the dialogue stuff. So what I mean is character enters the bakery, you talk to them, and in that portion of that, if there's an additional choice of dialogue, that portion is a combination of weaves and a few other things. So if there is some branching element of the dialogue there, that we're not going out to another knot or anything like that, unless we need to know that we reached a knot or a divert, right? So if we don't need to know those things and we're just trying to add flavor to the interaction, then we should probably be using weaves, because we're not going to be able to test if we went into a weave. We don't need to. It's just to create some variation in the way that everything is being happening with the character. So weaves are more than just a convenient encapsulation of branching the flow. They're also a way to author more robust content. The escape example above has already 4 possible routes through, and a more complex sequence might have lots more. Using normal diverts, one has to check the links by chasing the diverts from point to point, and it's easy for errors to creep in. With a weave, the flow is guaranteed to start at the top and fall to the bottom. Flow errors are impossible in a weave structure, and the output text can be easily skim read. This means that there's no need to actually test all the branches in the game to be sure they work as intended. Weaves also allow for easy redrafting of choice points in particular. It's easy to break a sentence up and insert additional choices for a variety or pacing reasons without having to re-engineer any flow. Can we, in the story, can you skip to go to anything? Oh, sweet. So you can skip forward to something for testing. This is good. Okay. So variables are going to be important. Yeah, for using ink, the only thing I'm struggling with really is how do we kick it off? How does the character show up in the... We have to be able to do some amount of tests. Okay, what I mean is, I'm imagining customers coming in. Some of them are going to come in randomly. Some of them are always going to come in on Monday. Some of them are always, that kind of thing. Some of them are going to come in at a certain time. And that sort of thing. So I think that I have a couple of options for how to do that, but I also want to tie it into the dynamic elements that ink provides. So I think I need to actually use ink as the solution for that in order for me to build that up easily. But I think it requires a little bit of thought about how to structure a portion of an ink knot to get that behavior. So we may have a common knot that we go back to that's store open, right? So when the store opens, we go to that knot, and then it's okay. Here's what's going to happen for the day, or something along those lines. So what I could do is have times as not choices that the game is actually picking. And so it goes to that time, and it's like, okay, if I've gone to this time, I'm going to roll and see if this guy shows up. If it's this time and it's Monday, this guy is going to show up. That kind of thing. Does that make sense? Weaves shown above are quiet, simple, flat structures. However, whatever the player does, they take the same number of turns to get to the top to the bottom. However, sometimes certain choices warrant a bit more depth or complexity. For that, we allow weaves to nest. You have how long left to your jam? It's going to be 30 days. I'm not counting today as part of the jam. This is more of a research thing. Because ink I've wanted to look into a lot deeper for a while. So since I'm sick and I know that I wouldn't be useful programming today or really doing any dev work, I'm just kind of using this as an excuse to do some research. I also didn't know today for streaming how long the stream would last. It could have been 30 minutes. 30 days work, not a hard deadline. Right, 30 days, not consecutive, non-consecutive work days. Yeah. And that's just because hashtag dad life, basically. That jam thing with the inner tube game was an exception, not the rule. Another reason why I'm interested. So is this an actual jam? It's a personal jam. Yeah. But if I can figure out a flow for art, and if I can get the art stuff figured out where my daughter can contribute to that. And another reason why I'm picking ink is because I think she can contribute to it as well. If I'm able to provide to her a rule set for how the story stuff works, and I tell her, look, you can write out some cool story stuff. I'm probably going to come in as an editor and clean some things up, but I want you to write. So we have this idea of a sourdough starter that's a Tamagotchi-like character that is like it's like an additional mini game element or mechanic that you have to maintain a sourdough starter, and you can talk to it. And if it dies and you start it again, it can kind of suss out that that's happened. And we can keep track of the number of times the sourdough starter has had to have started over. And the more that that's happened, the more that when it finds out that it's not the first sourdough starter, it freaks out. So anyways, that's an example of where we're headed here. It's just, I think that was Greg's idea. I'm going to credit Greg. I got to double check the logs. But I'm just imagining this glass jar with this, tannish blob thing in it that you have conversations with when nobody else is around. Sometimes certain choices warrant a bit of more depth of complexity. For that, we allow weaves to nest. As a personal jam, go for it. That said, being a cozy cooking game, I hope you don't overscope yourself. Think dialogue you're talking about seems more overscope for 30 game jam. Yeah, this is like a long term. This is after the 30 days thinking. I think this is something I'm going to carry forward. So for the 30 days, I will be focused primarily on the game, like play and mechanics and stuff. And I'm going to try to weave to bring ink into it, but I'm not going to be spending. I'm going to have probably just one character that you'll interact with, and just enough to get the hooks in. And how do we talk to the ink side of it, and then just enough to glue it all together and be like, okay, this all works together. It's jank, but it should work. But I'm with you on that. I'm with you on the scope thing. But so this is really around the idea of quote unquote scope is going to be quite large. In terms of like the story side of things. And the reason why I'm so appealed with Ink is that this can really be worked on outside of like that I can take breaks from deving and just work on some story stuff and have it really be like almost like a separate thing that I can put my head around and just sort of live in and not like today I'm not doing game, like maybe once a week I'm working on the story stuff or whatever. That kind of thing. But I am imagining that this might be the one that I actually follow through with and doing. Well, okay, I got to change what I'm saying. I'm not imagining. I've already got to redeem. I have to have this release in order to hold up my word to second favorite. And if you want to hold me to this, it's still deving. I know, but it feels more like writing. It's so loose and you can play the different parts and you don't have to run the game. And, but if you have 100K chirps, then you could do the redeem for a free copy of the game. And when I do get it on Steam, I'll send you a key. So you could be another person on the list. Anybody watching right now can do that if they have about 100K of chirps just sitting there. You can just do that redeem. What is it called? Oh, was it only a one-time thing? I don't see it now. Hang on. Where did it go? It's there. Edit. Yeah, it's the bits. Free copy of Cozy Baking Game. There's no cooldown or limit. I don't see it in the thing. Oh, there it is. It's down at the bottom. I wonder if 100,000 is too high. Okay, I have so many Twitches given up on showing me an actual count. It reads 0. It's like, I don't know, dude. You have a lot, okay? I can't show it. It's not like there's a scientific notation for large numbers that I can show you. I don't know what to do. 73. Okay. So maybe I should lower it. Maybe it's a bit too high. Maybe 50 is the way to go. 50K. I do wish that Twitch let you see like the average, the median, like, you know, where are we at on the amount of bits that we have available for our particular viewers and stuff like that. Like, you don't have to expose who, right? But just like, you know, what's the highest number we've got? That kind of stuff. It'd be useful to know. You want me to expose my bits? I can lower it down to 50. Let me do that. I'm going to lower it down to 50 because I want the number of people grabbing this to be higher anyways, and it's not happening. Although I haven't mentioned it. Maybe I need to be plugging it more. Every time I mention it and nobody redeems it, I'll lower the amount. Oh, just it's so to hold me to my word, to a word that I will release this. So it's a free copy of the game. So when I get it on Steam, I'll send a key out. Hold on to those points. All right, I'll put it at 50. All right, it's at 50. See what that does. Okay. I appreciate that, Obsidian. I would do the same. But yeah, so I am thinking more long term for this as a solution for game dialogue and everything. And I do want some sort of dynamic thing to it. I do not want a wholly linear story. Mine is the intention to get a whole PAX booth. Just to hold you to it. Yeah. It's and I do this in life occasionally. Not so much because I have to, it's my word. But I will declare that something is occurring or that I'm going to do something. And it's like, I'm doing that on purpose because now I have to, because I've told somebody I'm going to. Johnson with the 50K. All right, Johnson's got it in. We're locked in. Here we go. Shit. And it's everybody I respect too. Damn it. Now we have second favorite in Johnson. I need to make a browser page that I can add to the stream and show that. Like the total number maybe, and then also occasionally hit it up. Also to hold you to it. Ah, shit. Vex is pulling it out too. Here we go. Okay. Ah! All right. So weaving, I appreciate it, guys. You could replace the trivia channel down below. Is it still showing that? Oh, yeah, I could. Oh, okay. I don't want to dox people. So if people have done it and want to be anonymous, but it is, I do need someplace to track it anyway, so maybe I'll do that. It's real now. Yep. Shit. Hey, Bear. Is he asleep? Yeah. What's, He's still asleep. Okay. Yeah. I know, we can't do that today. I would die. I might pass out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Such passionate kisses. Go in the sandbox. Sandbox? Like, yeah, we could do the bouncing a little bit. All right. Okay. Look at these people. Oh, Obsidian just did it too. So 50K. What is that? They're gonna. I'm holding myself to it on this one. Now I have to deliver the game. So you have to help me. Okay. Be supportive. Okay. But yeah. Tell me what I. Yeah. Well, I'm building. I'm hopefully choosing to do things that I think you could contribute to. So. You like this? I love the sourdough. We need to come up with a name like Mr. Rossetti though for the sourdough starter. Yeah, or people. Oh, doesn't. That's a big thing. Well, yeah. So people name their starters, and then when it dies, and they have to start over. Oh. That's like a thing. People name their sourdough starters. Using the word. Okay. I'm in. Okay. All this stuff. Okay. Okay. Well, we could generate a bunch of ones that already exist that we know about. Ricky Ricardo. Like that you. Mm-hmm.
Like,
okay. Okay. Call him. Fine, take my bits, says Obsidian. Cricket's saying he respects me as I eat shredded Parmesan cheese out of a tub with my fingers. It's fresh though, right? Trisha's grandma would be rolling in the grave if it wasn't fresh. You could let people blame them. It gives them more attachment. Name them. Blame them. The subconscious is speaking. You could let people name them. Yeah. So Miss Cricket was just mentioning that, and apparently people give really punny names to sourdough starters. It's like a whole thing in like the groups, like Facebook groups and stuff for people who do sourdough, and like I'm sure Reddit, you know. So I think we could steal some of those ideas from that. But it's a million degrees in here. I'm gonna turn the fan on. I'll be right back. But I was talking to my wife about, I was talking to Miss Cricket about Minecraft now has like a recipe book thing now. So when you have ingredients on you in Minecraft and you go up to a crafting table or you open up the inventory window, the list of things you can create are dynamically shown based on the ingredients that you have. And then you don't even have to compose them like you used to in old Minecraft, although you still can. And I was talking to her about it. I'm like, do you remember how you used to do that? Like you would right click and then you design the thing and all that stuff. And I was talking about how I kind of miss it. But it's also, the new thing is nice. Although I had a lot of like, initially I had a lot of like resistance to it. I felt overwhelmed and I didn't understand it because there's no introduction of what's actually going on. But I like the idea that with the recipe thing, that maybe the way that it works and it tells you what you can make. Yeah. So it's exactly like that. I like the idea that with the recipe system that you do make it by hand, maybe a certain number of times or something. And like when you get the bake right or something, like let's say you have to master the bake or whatever. And once you do that, then it's sort of unlocked to be easy mode for the thing because you've mastered it. And it's like those concepts with learning where once you master something, you can do it without even thinking about it, right? If all you have to do is click a button in a recipe book and it's made, is it really crafting? Yeah, I feel that way too. Try Vintage Story. That is legit crafting. And I was worried. I was like, if the baking process is real granular, is that unappealing? But then I started thinking about, no, it's kind of like crafting in Minecraft, or at least it could be, where it's like it's just part of the process of the game. And so once I started thinking about it that way, I wasn't so against the idea of, oh, this is or this is not going to work. This is crazy. Bye, sweetie. You bust some butt and dance today, okay?
Okay.
All right. This is crazy, yeah. It didn't show any of the crafting mechanics, but love you too. See you guys.
Huh?
Not you guys. Don't get it twisted. And I've been playing this game off and on for a couple years. If you like survival and crafting, it's amazing. Minecraft has nothing on this game except, well, branding, a player base, etc. Yeah, the first level of metal copper takes a couple of hours to get to. Irad plays Vintage Story. It looks pretty intense. That's what he's playing? I didn't realize that. I've seen him playing something that looks like this for a while. I didn't realize it was, that's what it was. You have to mine the nuggers, hammer them to ore, smelt it down into bars, and then you have to hammer the bars into specific tools. That's crazy. And then I'm guessing later on you can kind of automate some of that stuff, right? Only a small portion of the process, the Minecraft and crafting table, right? Yeah, Minecraft's getting pretty crazy too now because you have like different tables for like map making, cartography tables, and so on and so forth. A lot of moving parts. So the simulation is deeper. Tanning takes forever. Yeah. Interesting. It's not just getting the hide. So you actually have to create the leather. Oh my god. Of course you do. That's cool. That's one of my favorite things about playing Minecraft and survival is that everything that you see in the game is something that you did. Like as far as like you built a building or whatever, it's like when you say I built this in creative, it's like dang. That's one of my favorite things. One time with my buddy, we made a floating city and then we completely hollowed out a part of the ocean and made a domed city as well. We didn't finish it. I still have the Minecraft world, but we got lost on the math of how to build the actual like dome itself. And I think he had it all worked out and then he lost the information he was using. About $20, well worth it. And it's grown since that trailer. Nice. All right, so going to nested weave nesting. Nested weaves are powerful and compact, but they take a bit of getting used to. Options that can be nested. Consider the following scene. Oh, Mr. Perot, murder or suicide? Murder. Suicide. Mr. Christie, Miss Christie lowered a manuscript a moment. The rest of the writing group sat, open mouthed. That's cute. The first choice presented is murder or suicide. If Perot declares suicide, there's no more to do. But in the case of murder, there's follow-up question needed. Who does he suspect? We can add new points. We can add new options via a set of nested sub-choices. We tell the script that these new choices are part of another choice by using 2 asterisks instead of 1. Well, Mr. Perot, murder or suicide? Murder. And then it says, and who did it? And then we have 3 choices. Or it says suicide. And no matter what, Miss Christie lowered her manuscript for a moment. The rest of the writing group sat open mouth. Gotta head out for my stream. Catch you in a future stream, my friend. Obsidian, thank you so much, Obsidian. Are you working on the Mega Man game today? Or are you doing something else? I played Obsidian's latest work on Friday. Yeah, cool. It's this cool idea of a Mega Man game that you're playing on a television. So it has this meta element that you can change the TV channels, and there's different channels and different things that can happen when you go to different channels. So there's that element to it, and then there's the game itself, and it's a really interesting idea, and it's starting to come together. So I'm excited to see where it goes. I couldn't beat that boss. I couldn't beat that boss. We added new options via nested sub-choices. We tell the script that these new choices are part of another choice by using 2 asterisks instead of 1. If you pop into the stream, I'll beat them and show you. Oh, there's some trick I don't know about. I'm out of it today. I hate to do it as a parent, but my son and I, we're just going to watch TV and play video games after I'm done streaming. I'm sorry, guys. I failed. But I need to just lay down after this and have a good cry. Note that it's good style also to indent the lines to show the nesting, but the compiler doesn't mind. And should we want to add new sub options to the other route, we do that in a similar fashion. Now that the initial choice of accusation will lead to specific follow-up questions. But either way, the flow will come back together at the gather point for Mrs. Christie's cameo appearance. But what if we want a more extended subscene? Gather points can be nested too. Sometimes it's not a question of expanding the number of points, but having more than one additional beat of a story. We can do this by nesting gather points as well as options. If the player chooses the murder option, they'll have 2 choices in a row on their sub-branch, a whole flat weave just for them. Let me try this out. So no matter what we pick, this part is going to happen. Okay. What gatherers do. Gatherers are hopefully intuitive, but their behavior is a little harder to put into words. In general, after an option has been taken, the story finds the next gather down that isn't on a lower level and diverts to it. The basic idea is this: options separate the paths of the story, and gathers bring them back together, hence the name weave. You can nest as many levels as you like. Above, we use 2 levels of nesting, the main flow and the subflow, but there's no limit to how many levels deep you can go. After a while, the subnesting gets hard to read and manipulate, so it's It's so it's good style to divert away to a new stitch if the side choice goes unwieldy. But in theory, at least, you could write your entire story as a single weave. Okay. Yep. I just did a bunch of them. Hopefully this demonstrates the philosophy laid out. The weaves offer a compact way to offer a lot of branching, a lot of choices, but with the guarantees of getting from beginning to end. Yes, I see it. I think this is good for like dialogue that, okay. Sometimes the weave structure is sufficient, but when it's not, we need a bit more control. All right, I've got to use the restroom. I will return. Dude, you can tell this new AI shit, it's infecting everything now. Be back. Okay. Sometimes the weave structure is sufficient, but when it's not, we need a bit more control. Weaves are largely unaddressed. By default, so hang on a second. I think I'm going to jump around a bit, and I'm going to look at variables. Oh, we were almost right there. Yeah, track and weave. We were literally right there. Okay. I'm going to skip that for now. So far, we've made conditional text and conditional choices using tests based on what content the player has seen so far. Ink also supports variables, both temporary and global, storing numeric and content data, and even story flow commands. It is fully featured in terms of logic and contains a few additional structures to help keep the often complex logic of a branching story better organized. The most powerful kind of variable, and arguably the most useful for a story, is a variable to store some unique property about the state of the game. Anything about the amount of money in the protagonist's pockets, to a value representing the protagonist's state of mind. This kind of variable is called global because it can be accessed anywhere, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Traditionally, program tries to avoid this kind of thing as it allows one part of the program to mess with another unrelated part, but a story is a story, and stories are all about consequences. What happens in Vegas rarely stays there. Defining global variables. Global variables can be defined anywhere via a var statement. They should be given an initial value, which defines the type of variable they are: an integer, floating point, decimal, content, or a story address. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's break it into days of weeks. Should the weekend just be one day? I think this might be a good idea.
I can't believe you've done this.
X by 7. Thank you for the follow. Okay. All right, so Thomas. The starter name for the sourdough, just as a placeholder, we're going to change it to Thomas. This is such a banger track. This is from Pilot Wings on the 3DS, right? Yeah. It's Good stuff. So if we do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc., and so on, then we can define who you can possibly have arrive on those days. And we visit those notches for that particular day. And the game... See, this is the part that's strange about this. I almost think we might need to use a variable for what I'm trying to do here. We can test global variables to control options, provide conditional text in a similar way to what we have previously seen. This is weird. It has the same vibe as when you're in Gerudo territory in Breath of the Wild. Like, I feel some of the melodies almost the same. That little, like, I don't know, that was weird. Advanced. A diverted statement is actually a type of value in itself. It could be stored and altered diverted to. Advanced. Global variables are externally visible. Global variables can be accessed and altered from the runtimes as well as the story. So here's, I think this is the ticket that I was talking about, because I was like, how do I get this so that it's liberated from the ink side and the dynamic element of the game side, right? And I think this is definitely the way. So, like, I think we're probably going to need a var current dialogue. Is there a null value? Do we also have enums, I wonder? Okay, so printing the name is really straightforward. This can be useful in debugging for more complex printing based on logic and variables. See the section on functions. You might have noticed above we refer to variables as being able to contain content rather than strings. That was deliberate because a string defined in ink can contain ink, although it'll always evaluate to a string. Yikes! Okay. So you can do math, you can do random. You can do ifs. You can do switch statements. Temporary variables. Functions. Use of parameters on knots means they're almost functions in the usual sense, but they lack one key concept. That of the call stack and the use of return variables. Ink includes functions. They are knots with the following limitations and features. A function cannot contain stitches, use diverts or offer choices. It can call other functions. It can include printed content. It can return a value of any type, and it can recurse safely. Constants. Here we go. Interactive stories often rely on state machines tracking what stage some higher level process is reached. There's a lot of ways to do this, but the most convenient is to use constants. Sometimes it's convenient to define constants to be strings so you can print them out for gameplay or debugging purposes. Sometimes giving them values is useful. Yeah, this is what we want. There are two core ways to provide game hooks into the Ink engine: external function declarations in Ink allow you to directly call C# functions in the game, and variable observers are callbacks that are fired in the game when Ink variables are modified. Both of these are described in running your Ink. Okay, this is good. I think that's okay. So tunnels can bring you... Okay. From there, you make calls to the story in a loop. There are two repeating stages. Present content, you repeatedly called continue on it, which returns individual lines of strings of content until the can't continue property becomes false. Make choice. When there isn't any more content, you should check to see whether there are any choices to present to the player. Saving and loading. To save the state of your story within the game, you call blah, 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 and then to load it again. Okay. Error handling. If you made a mistake in your ink that the compiler can't catch, then the story will throw an exception. To avoid this, get blah, 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 use an error handler. Okay. That's it. You can achieve a lot with those simple steps, but for more advanced uses, including deep integration with your game, read on. Okay, this is probably where this will answer a lot of my questions that I have. Engine usage and philosophy. In Unity, we recommend using your own component class to wrap the Ink runtime story. The runtime Ink engine has been designed to be reasonably generally purpose and have a simple API. We also recommend wrapping rather than inheriting from story so that you can expose to your game only the functionality that you need. Often when designing the flow for your game, the sequence of interactions between the player and the story may not precisely match the way Ink is evaluated. For example, with a classic choose your own adventure type story, you may want to show multiple lines and paragraphs of text all at once. For visual novel, you may want to display only one line per screen. Additionally, since the Ink engine outputs lines of plain text, it can be effectively used for your own simple subformats. For example, for a dialogue-based game, you could write, where did he go? Joe, I think he jumped over to that garden fence. Lisa, let's take a look. Lisa, down for good? As far as the Ink engine is concerned, the colon characters are just text. But as lines of text and choices are produced by the game, you can do some simple text parsing of your own to turn that string into a game-specific dialogue object that references the speaker and the text or even audio. Approach can be taken even further to text that flexibly indicates non-content directives. Again, these directives come out of the engine as text, but can be parsed by your game for a specific purpose. The above approach is used in our current game, prop list, table, chair, apple, orange, to declare whether the props that they're expected to be on the scene. This might be picked up in the game editor in order to automatically fill the scene with placeholder objects, or just to validate that the level designer has populated the scene correctly. Interesting. To mark up content more explicitly, you may want to use tags or external functions. At Inkle, we find that we use a mixture, but we actually find the above approach useful for a very large portion of our interaction within the game. It's very flexible. Tags can be used to add metadata to your game content that isn't intended to appear to the player. With Ink, add a hashtag character followed by any string you want to pass over the game. There are three main places where you can add these hashtags. One use case is for graphic adventure that has different art for characters depending on their facial expressions. So you could do hashtag surly. Surly. Yeah, that's on the game side. Every time you get content with Ink Story Continue, you can get a list of tags with Ink Story current tags, which will return a list string in the above, blah, blah, blah. To add more than one tag, simply delimit them with hashtag characters. The above demonstrates another possible use case, providing full voiceover for your game by marking up the Ink with audio file names. Tags for a line can be written above it or at the end of the line. All of the above tags will be included in the current tags list. Not tags. Any tags that you include at the very top of a knot are accessible by calling tags for content at path your knot, which is useful for getting metadata from a knot before you actually want the game to go there. Oh. See, this is the kind of thing I'm glad I'm doing this today, because I'm worthless for programming, but reading this up and then having a fever dream about this is ideal. Thank you, everybody, for redeeming the game. I really appreciate that. That's nice. Global tags. Any text provided at the very top of the ink file accessible via your story global text property, which also returns a list string. I'm kind of here. I appreciate it. I get it. I watch people's streams. I know how it goes. All right. Well, speaking of, I think I'm burnt. I'm shot. But we have a good idea about all of this. What I have to do is come up with a structure of how, I think we're going to have days of weeks. How do we determine when a character comes in? You know, how do we call, so how do we talk to them and have that trigger the next part of a set of dialogue, right? So that's the thing here that I've still got to look around and really figure out. I'm hoping that this will eventually create a variable observers running functions. External functions. You can define game side functions that can be called directly from Ink. There are convenience overloads for bind external function. I think this is probably the trick. A variable observer if you want the game to know when some state has changed. There's nothing like arrays though, right? There is. Okay, this is not an array. Mm-hmm. Okay, I actually think I know how we would do this. So we would just do we have a notch and then we would do a stitch for the times. So like, let's say the bakery opens 8 and Greg can be one of the options. So at 8, you know, let's say we have a character. Greg's like, what? We have a list of characters. Okay, so I think a list is the way we're going to handle it. Okay, I'm fried. Let's raid out. Okay, we'll raid Obsidian. You too, Greg. Thanks for hanging out, man. Thank you for your support as always, dude. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'm excited to. I'll change the about section and start adding people who got the game for redeem. Okay, we're gonna raid Obsidian. Working on a Mega Man like game. Cool hook. I will see you guys. Hopefully I'm alive tomorrow. Nice to see you streaming again too. I'm excited about the whole PAX thing. I'm excited about that for you. I think that's the booth thing is a huge endeavor. I mean, you might as well start getting the stuff ready now, you know? Like the physical stuff that you're gonna need. That way you're more in debt to the idea. But you can start getting it laid out and everything. I think if you know the size of the general, like I don't know how early you can check that stuff, but all right. I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Bye-bye.